Hello, hello. How is it going, everybody? I gotta figure out a better, consistent greeting because my husband is currently downstairs watching TV. But usually, when I'm sprinting and I start off and I say hello, hello, he literally will text me, hello, hello. So I have a catchphrase, apparently, unbeknownst to me. I did not know that I had this catchphrase, but apparently I do. So, you know, nothing like being cringe and your husband calling you out on it. Let's let everyone know that sprints are starting because I almost forgot about this. I did have to be alerted to sprint starting. I looked up and I was like, oh my gosh, 4:59. I gotta hop online. All right. Today I have a couple things to do. I am still on pace to finish one book per day. Yes, some of those books are graphic novels and children's books, but we're still doing it. We're still hitting about a book a day. But today's book is lengthy, and I'm currently 30% of the way through. So I think if I up my speed just a little bit, I think it'll take under 4 hours, so we can definitely get it finished. Yeah, we're working on it, but it is a queen forged in flame, or queen, a queen crowned in flames, and by Hazel McBride. It is the sequel to A Fate Forged in Fire, which I had the arc for last year and really, really liked. So I'm loving it so far. This world that the author has created is so good, and I don't yet know who the primary love interest is, which is a wild thing to say for being on book 2 of a duology. I believe that this world is planned to be 4 duologies, so 8 books total. I think there in the world there are 4 lands, countries, if you will, and each one is based on an element: fire, air, water, earth, forest, whatever. This is the fire one. The fire one is first. Oh, a bonded to the series is called Bonded to Beasts. Bonded to Beasts. Oh my god. We're having a great day, can't you tell? um but so this is the second in the fire duology, essentially. But in book 1, I don't even know how to say this. The thing is that there might be a person who's dead that I'm not sure if they're dead or not. Like, it says they're dead, but I'm only 30% in, so I kinda, don't trust it. But also, there's this art at the end, and I'm like, the art and the scars on the face make me think it's one person, but then another person is another one of the male main characters is giving a very, teasing relationship that I really like. So I'm like, "Oh, I thought one of them was the MMC, but maybe it's the other one." I don't know. In any case, it's a really good time so far. I really like it. Um, main characters are giving. It's got a lot of really good anxiety and panic disorder representation, and the female main character is bi, so yay for that. And the audiobook narrator is great because it is Scottish mythology based. So half the words in here are Scottish words. All of the names are Scottish. All of them. And I am not fantastic at Scottish pronunciation, but luckily the audiobook narrator is. So I highly recommend the audiobooks for these. Because some of these, some Scottish words, y'all, I would never have guessed that pronunciation. It does have the beginning of the book has a map and family trees for the main families, and a pronunciation guide for so many words. So many words. So it does have all these great things in here, but at the same time, I would highly recommend the audiobooks because it really enhances the experience. If I try to read them in my head, I'm wrong. I'm really, really bad at it. So that's what I'm reading today. And then in addition to reading, I have some content to get ready because I edited a ton of reels and posted them all. So now it means that I have to edit some more to get more ready to post. So I have a little list of things that I would like to have edited. 1, 2, 3 reels and 2 carousels that I need to get edited to be able to post over the next week or so. Yeah, that's what I'm working on tonight. So I have 1 reel that has to be done as a priority to post today, and then I'm going to get to reading, and then depending on how fast I read, we'll see how it goes. We'll probably be sprinting for about 6 hours today. That's my plan. And then we'll do the same on Thursday instead of sprinting on Friday this week, because I'm going to go to a book event instead. So that's what we're doing. A couple of reminders as we're getting started here. First, don't forget to submit for your sprint bonus. Super easy. You just go to the submission form for ARC August. If you're participating in ARC August, you don't have to. And you just say, hey, I am logging a sprint video bonus. I'm going to do mine right now. What's my email? I almost always spell my name wrong, which is a little embarrassing, but I almost logged my points to Crimson Coven. Can you imagine? No. Don't wanna log points to a different team. But go log your points. Second, I am using my sprints this month to campaign for clearing a teacher's wish list local to me. My friend Moriah teaches at a Title I school in Minneapolis, which means the vast majority of students are in low-income housing and from low-income families. And she teaches special education, and her kids are awesome. And she's an excellent teacher, and her wish list is so close to getting fully cleared out. There's only a couple things left on there. There is 1 big ticket item. I'm happy to buy that. If anybody's interested in going in on it with me, let me know. But the link is down in the description. So I thought that'd be just kind of a nice thing since the school year is about to start here. But yeah, let's see who's joined us so far today. Glenda's here. Hey, Glenda, how are you? And what are you reading today? As always, Glenda's here for Emerald Enigma. Dang it. Sadia's here. Hello, hello. I'm assuming for Ivory Illusion. Renee's here for Obsidian Order. Hello, hello. Lots of hellos all over the chat. Allie's here. Hi, twin. How's it going? Allie is currently physically reading The Helium Murder by Camille Minicino on page 42 out of 250. That feels like it's a nice short one, so you might be able to get it done today. That'd be awesome. And Jamie's here. Hey, Jamie. Allie says it's really good. I like it just as much as book 1 of her series. So I'm glad that you're already enjoying it on page 42. That's a really good sign. And more hellos. Demers is here. Hello, hello. See, other people are already doing it too. Perfect. And Bonnie's here. Hi, Bonnie. How are you? Welcome in. Let me know what you're reading today, friends. We can track our progress together. Peyton's here. I finished Daggerbound by T. Kingfisher yesterday. Yay. How was it? And I'm working on The Wolves of War by John Gwynne. Is that in the Shadow of the God series? Wolves of War. Because, oh no, it's a different series. Okay. Because I have not read any John Gwynne. Oh, that's a new John Gwynne. That's an actual arc. Okay. Because I have Shadow of the Gods on my physical TBR because I have not read any John Gwynne at all. So, I don't know if it'll get read this year because it's a Thickums book, but it's on the list. It's on the shelf. Jennifer is here. Gonna start The Foxwife by Yangtze Shu. Excellent. Oh, I hope you enjoy that. Jess is here. Hi, Jess. Good morning. Good morning, Jess. I'm at work, so I can't chat, but was just reading on my break a few minutes ago. Well, thanks for checking in. Hopefully I'm still sprinting when you get home from work, maybe. For Jess, it is currently, I know this, my time plus 12 plus 5. It's 10 a.m. for Jess. So it'll be 4-ish p.m. when I'm done about. So maybe. Annette's here. Hey, Annette, how are you? Annette's got hellos for everybody. Renee says, I like T. Kingfisher, but I've not read those. All right. Jamie says, catchphrases are fine. I catch myself using Chantel's nice every so often, and probably picked up a few others from friends whose sprints I hang out infrequently. Yeah. I am autistic, so one of my number one symptoms is echolalia. I have a lot of vocal stims, and I repeat sections of songs constantly, different catchphrases and things like all the time. Can't help myself. So yeah, big time. Big time. Glenda is reading one of the books I got from the library. This Ain't Our First Rodeo by Liara Tamani. I just read that last month and it's very cute. It is a YA romance, kind of like Second Chance cowboy romance, and it's adorable. Becca's here. Hello. I just finished Pictures of You and I'm still working on From Beijing with Love. Oh, that sounds cute. I hope you're liking it so far. Got some more hellos in the chat. Renee says, I'm still working on this arc. I will finish it. Reading Impossible Creatures and starting A Forbidden Alchemy. Yay. A Forbidden Alchemy is one of my favorite books of the year so far. I did it as a traveling book club book. And so we have like a Discord chat channel about it. And in that Discord channel, we post our reactions to different chapters with a spoiler tag, right? So you can't see what people have written, just in case you haven't read that far yet. And so there's a chapter. I don't remember how far into the book it is. There's a chapter, and somebody just posted a picture of like the very end of the chapter, like the last sentence of the chapter is like a what? And somebody took a picture of just the annotations that are after that last sentence. And every single one of us is like, oh gods, no. Well, fuck, dude. Oh my god, no. I'm done. What? Like, it's so funny. Because that book, like, it hits. It's so good. I can't wait to read the second one. It's on my shelf already. Jamie says, I have a physical book, an audiobook, and several arcs ongoing right now. May start with the audiobook tonight, Dinner at the Night Library by Hika Harada. All right. I have no doubt that you're going to get through a couple. No doubt at all. Sadi says, determined to finish The Night and the Moth today. I have never read Rachel Gillig. Every time I read a synopsis of one of her books, I'm like, you know what? It just doesn't seem like a book that I'm going to love. I don't know what about her vibe. Just seems like not my jam. I generally don't like stuff quite as like gothic-y feeling, I guess, maybe. But it seems like her books feel like dense and kind of a downer is the vibe that I get. And so I feel like it's a lot to get through. Annette says, I finished The Calamities by Chuck Wendig earlier. Now I'm reading today's story from The Passing of the Dragon by Ken Liu. Yay, anthologies. Hooray. We got more hellos. Glenda says, don't forget to log your sprint bonus points. Nobody forget. It's so good for us. Demur says, I'm 10% into Philippa Flynn's Year of Panic and Piracy. I haven't read the past 2 days, so I'm looking forward to getting back into it. Yay. And yes, thank you for the reminders. Annette says, Daggerbound is probably my next arc. So Peyton, let us know how you're feeling about it. Renee says, I have Shadow of the Gods on my physical TBR also. Yep. I have so many fantasies on my physical TBR. It's going to be a fantasy fall. Martha says, halfway through The Unknown by Riley Sager. Excellent. And hi, Martha. Jess says, managed to turn the volume up right as you looked at my comment. Yes, it's 10 a.m. and I'll finish at 12:30 p.m. Oh, so you'll be home before we're done with sprints. For sure. Being done by work at 12:30 sounds delightful. Holy crap. But you're a morning person too. You probably got up hella early and go to work earlier than the rest of us. So, you know. Corey's here. Hello. I'm quite proud of myself today. I posted 7 arc reviews. Finished 2 arcs today. Went from 24 to 28% of NetGalley and got a ton of my diamond painting done. Adulting. That's adulting. What are you talking about? You are completing tasks. That's adulting. You did great. I'm so proud of you. Jamie's here. Hello. Hoping to finish listening to The Mirror by Nora Roberts. Yes, I know that you were listening to that one last sprints. I have about 3 hours left and it's due tomorrow. Yeah, you got to get on that. The Queen Crowned in Flames is my last Libby checkout of the month so far. I'm hoping to get one more arc in before the end of the month from Libby because I'm requesting the audiobooks. But once this is done, I no longer have a Libby due date hanging over my head, and I can actually just start reading whatever I want from my list, aka oldest to newest. which means wild reference is coming up. Ugh. It just looks so long. It's not even that I don't think I'll like it. It's just that it looks so long. Annette says, I broke my self-imposed ARC ban to apply for Alice Daniels' upcoming books. Yes. I really hope I get it. I'm dying to read it. For those who don't know, Alice is a local author to me. She writes contemporary romance. I love her books so much. She has a couple of different series, but her current series is called the Minnesota Herons. It's a hockey romance series. The first one, Ruin the Friendship, came out already, and it is best friends to lovers, surprise pregnancy, not his baby. And it was a pregnancy book I didn't hate, which I feel deserves credit. But the next book in the series, Dancing with Our Hands Tied, is a brother's best friend, summer lakeshore romance with like a little bit of a bratty vibe. I could not be more excited for a book. And Alice is currently taking applications to be on her ARC team for the second book here. And I love her so much. The art is phenomenal. All of her heroines are plus size. And Alice is a delightful human being also. So like as far as authors go, like I wholeheartedly recommend her as a person. She's lovely. I wonder if I'll get to see her this weekend, actually. I'm going to message her because I'm going to an event over in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and she lives just across the border from me. I live on the Minnesota side of the Wisconsin border. She lives on the Wisconsin side. So I'm wondering if I might see her because it would make sense for her to go to that event too. Renee says, Rachel Gillig is an auto buy for me, and I hear that for a lot of people. Yeah. Jamie says, if Gothic fantasy is not your jam, Rachel Gillig is not for you. Her books are heavy emotionally, but the material isn't dense. Got it. And yeah, Gothic fantasy is not my jam, not my vibe. So, but it also ought to buy for you. Yay. I will say, like, I was still subscribed to Fairy Loot when The Night and the Moth came in the Fairy Loot thing. And I was like, I don't need, like, other people are dying for this version of this book. And I don't even know if I'll read it. So I was able to like sell it to somebody for just like the actual price I paid instead of, marking it up $100. So that was nice. It's pretty. It's really pretty. Brianna's here. Hello. Oh, you got hellos for everybody in the chat. And what was this from her? Oh yeah, for Corey getting all of her stuff done. Agree. Corey's a full adult. That was a lot of adult things. Megan's here. Hey Megan, how are you? We got more hellos in the chat. Martha says, I've decided that the unknown in green text plus the meaning of the word unknown works for the Emerald Enigma Secret Society challenge. Yay. I, for Secret Society, picked a book that had purple, that had romance, because I love my team, which feels so cheesy. And also, the book was like unreasonably silly because when Ati and I have been on sprints together, especially late at night, we've gotten unreasonably silly. So that's what I picked for my book. Annette says, Alice has become my favorite contemporary romance author. Ruin the Friendship was excellent. I'm going to screenshot this and tell her. I'm so happy. Yay. I literally that was such a weird smile for me to do for that screenshot. Oh, but this will make her day. I'm so excited. Yay. And Megan says hi to Brianna. Dimmer says, I finished Wild Reverence on Sunday. I like Divine Rivals better, but I liked Wild Reverence okay. I'm not sure if that helps or not. And I loved Divine Rivals so much. I think for me, I'm psyching myself out because I'm seeing Wild Reverence at like 600 pages at like 25 hours on audio. And in my brain, I'm just going like, oh, I don't know if I can, even though I know for a fact that like I'll probably like it and I'll be fine because I like the world. I like the author. So it's just crazy to me that I would, I don't know, be worried about it. So, hold on. I'm just going to go text Alice this screenshot. There we go. I'm gonna go tell her. All right. Demir says hello to Brianna. Annette says Allie knows what book I didn't pick for Secret Society. Did I? I might. Here's the thing. I might know it. I might not remember it. Oh yeah. Never mind. Now I remember. My brain just in out. Unless it's random song lyrics from a song I don't even like, then it's in there. Corey says the arc I just finished was Tradwife. I feel like I'm gonna need a minute before I read something else, preferably light and fluffy. You know what? You know what's light and fluffy? Alice Daniels' contemporary romance books. You know, they're all available, I think, on KU on our website. Great. Demir says, yes, the middle of the book did feel long. And I immediately made sure that I got the audio for it because I figured with Wild Reverence, for how long it is, I'm going to have audio. Whoa, this is a bold statement from Jamie. Everybody alert the press. Jamie says, I'm not requesting more arcs because you are over 800 unread. Crazy. Also, I just accidentally request. These two things are these are two different statements. I just accidentally requested How to Build a Robot Boyfriend by Liz Shannon Miller. Good titles are dangerous to my non-requesting resolve. So what I'm hearing is that you're doing okay at this goal, but not great. But I believe in you. I believe you can do it. I'm proud of you. I'm here for you. I do something that I would strongly recommend to anybody who's like trying not to request arcs as much is create a list in NetGalley called to request. And when you feel the need to request something that is coming out that is like more than 2 months away, add it to your to request list and then post a recommendation like in the general chat or something like, hey, here's an arc that looks good. That will get some of the serotonin going or the dopamine going for you to say like, ooh, you've posted about this book. You've talked about this book. You've put it on a list. You've taken action without actually requesting it. And then you can go through your to request list later on to see what's actually hitting. And that says, yes, Corey, Tradwife was definitely intense. I have not read this book. So maybe. Will you be at the event in AC on Friday? Alice says that's so you made Alice cry. She says that's so cool. Thank you for sharing. Yay. Jamie says I do the echolalia thing too. I just have certain phrases from a couple of Ren songs stuck on repeat now. Ren songs, they do stick up there, along with a couple lines from the Hamilton musical. For me, it's like all musicals. At any given point in time, one of them just might pop out, might be there all the time. Autism is such fun, for real. Brianna says, would you recommend to begin with Alice Daniels? Yes. So Alice has 2 main series. I'm like, let me go to her author page. So one of the series is finished, and then the other one just has 1 book out so far. If you are wanting to apply for her arc for her next upcoming book, I would start with Ruin the Friendship, which is the best friends to lovers, surprise pregnancy, not as baby, are the tropes there. So Ruin the Friendship is the first in a series, and then she also has the Ivy Ridge series and the Cinder Valley series. I love the Ivy Ridge series, and I will say, like, even though there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all interconnected standalones. You can start in the middle. So for me personally, in her Ivy Ridge series, I started at like book 3, I think, just because that was the one with the tropes that were most interesting to me to start with. But then I read that one and I was like, oh, I really, really love her writing. So then I got the rest. And then Cinder Valley is the only one that I haven't read yet. But, actually, I have a copy of Ruin the Friendship right here. Because one of my friends, I think I saw on Facebook, my friend Annie was posting about not being able to go to an Alice event. And I was like, oh, she is a huge fan of Alice's writing. and you haven't gotten to go to an event with her. So I bought an extra copy to ship to Annie. To ship to Annie, so that she can have a copy too. Which I just think everybody deserves a copy of books that they love. That's all. But yeah, so either Ruin the Friendship or in the Ivy Ridge series, the first book is called Flowers in Your Hair. But you could start with any of them in that series. The first one in the Cinder Valley series is called Tip of My Tongue. So yeah. And I cannot wait for Dancing with Our Hands Tied. I'm so excited. Sarah says, the 2 request list has definitely saved me from myself. Great rec. Jamie says, or if making a 2 requests seems like too much work, which, by the way, you don't even have to create a new list. Instead of clicking the request button, you can just click the add to list button, and it will just create a generic new list for you that you can use. Jamie says, focus on acceptance instead, that your percentage may suffer, but you'll have great arcs to choose from always. This is not great if you're trying to not request anything. Bree is here. Hello, Bree. How are you? Welcome in. Let us know what you're reading today. Brianna says the Ivy Ridge series covers are pretty. They are. I own them all. And Annette says Ivy Ridge is cute contemporary. First book is Flowers in Your Hair, but my fave is book 4. Same. It's called In Plain Sight, and I also love it. And then In Plain Sight has some side characters who then appear in the main character for Ruin the Friendship's life. So, like, they're tangentially related. I agree, though. In Plain Sight is also my favorite. So if you like a buildup that you'll like more and more and more, I would just go straight through 1 through 4. Because then I think you will. I think that Alice's writing is getting better and better and better with every book that comes out. I'm just a huge fan of her in general. If you're listening, Alice, I love you in a non-weird way. You're a delightful person. But I think that her writing is just improving all the time, getting better. And she's also going to start writing Omegaverse. So she's teaming up with Willa K to become a new writing team, where they together are going to be writing as author. What is the name of her? I forget. Together they're becoming a new author team, Ada Waverly. And so I'm also really excited for that too. I don't really read Omegaverse that much, but I'll start. If Alice writes it, I'll read it. Dimmer says, I've been checking the read now section every day, so I've gotten several new arcs this month. It hasn't hurt my ratio too much. I don't know that I can do this safely. If I do it, it'll cause some consternation for me. Jamie says, these sound good. Romance. If it helps, some of them are on audio already. So you can get some on audio and listen to them, and that makes it easier. But yeah, they are, how much time is too much time to spend just gushing about an author I love? Is there too much time? Is that a thing? I don't know. So, yeah. All right. So today we are going to do our 45-minute sprints, our standard. My spiritographer rank has gone up, so I'll finish that first. There we go. Let me bring up Spirit City here. I do have a lot of windows open, so I'm going to close some of these in hopes that StreamYard will let me share this continuously. Jamie says there's no such thing as too much time. Good. And Selvix is here. Hello. I'm reading Shadow So Cruel, the second book on a duology. I'm also reading the second book on a duology. Yay. This is also like, it doesn't look that thick, but then when you take it into account how large of a hardcover this is, there's so many words in this book. Like, it's just, she's a big girl. She's a big book. It's just under 500 pages, but if this book were like the size of a standard book, it would be like 600 pages, I feel like. You know what I mean? So, it's heavy. That's why I need audio, because it's too heavy to pick up. And oh, Jamie liked that duology. Yay. All right, so we're gonna do 45-minute sprints today, as usual. And just I'm gonna finish my reel this first one and then see how much I can get read. So yay! I will see y'all in 45 minutes, and I hope everybody has a happy sprints. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back. That sprint went so fast. So much faster than I expected. I have not made it to reading yet, but I edited 2 reels and got one of them posted on everything. So, yay. Still got stuff done. Just not as much stuff as I would have liked to do. So, you know, I forgot to note down what I got done, so there we go. Got that done. Perfect. I also did get together a list of like a pile in my house. So I have a big ol' stack of youth books, middle grade, YA, etc. Specifically books for my little free library. I am mid painting my little free library. Maybe that's what I'll do on Thursday sprint is I'll paint that. I'll bring my laptop out there and we'll paint during the sprint. That would be fun. But I have a little free library that I'm putting up and I need to fill it. And so I have a bunch of like youth books and I took that big stack at this point and I picked out all the ones that are middle grade that I think I can read relatively fast and put them together for the dARCmore Dash at the end of the month. So as a reminder, the very last weekend of ARC August, all day Saturday, all day Sunday Eastern time is the Dash. So when you finish, before the Dash, so by Friday at midnight Eastern, you need to submit everything that you've read so far. And anything that you're like partially done, it all needs to be submitted because starting at midnight on Friday, midnight Eastern, so beginning of the day Saturday, it will be anything that you start and finish during the Dash will qualify for double points. And so I'm going to read just a ton of middle grade. A lot of it's graphic novels, so it won't be like super high points, but it'll still be bonus points. But I put a big pile of like all the ones that I reasonably could get finished. Like I'm not going to get through the whole pile, but just if I want to read a bunch of them, that's what I'm going to read. So I did get that also prioritized as well. So now I have like my TBR for dARCmore Dash. I have my TBR for Mystic done. I'm working on my content. So I do feel like I've been productive, even if I haven't read any yet. So, yeah. But how'd you do that sprint? Let me know what you have been working on. If you didn't get very far, that's totally fine because, same. We're all there together. Yeah. What am I doing? My computer just prompted me to do stuff. There we go. Let's see. Annette says I'm going to be finishing my arc this sprint. So, Annette, did you finish? Yay. Sylvic says, yippee! I enjoyed the first book, finished it last night, and then in the ending left my mouth open, so I had to get book 2 immediately. And that is Shadow So Cruel, which is the second book of a duology that Jamie also loves. Alicia joined. Hello, just joining. Finished up dinner, had mac and cheese. Yum. Hoping to read more of Pucking Sweet. Excellent. Emily Rath is so nice in person. She's delightful. Bonnie's here and reading is reading an arc of love in 280 characters or less. Is this a Twitter based thing? I remember when Twitter used to be the big limits. Obviously now you can thread, but is this Twitter based? Allie says I got to page 52 in the Helium Murder and it's so good so far. Yay. Megan got to 25% in Brighter Than Before by Courtney Walsh and you're really enjoying it. Yay. I'm cold all of a sudden. In case anyone has been wondering, I did finish my big ugly blanket and I posted about it in the Discord. This is the bottom inside of the blanket because this is a giant pocket to put my feet inside. So put that down on my feet, pull the top up to me. It's not cute, but it's a blanket. And then I just tuck my feet inside because my feet get really cold. So I think that this is the smartest thing I've ever done. Like a foot pocket at the bottom of a blanket so you don't have to worry about trying to tuck it around. I'm a genius. I am the smartest person who's ever lived, I think, for this. So anyway, yeah, now I'm warm. Yay. Silvix went from page 74 to 110. Excellent. Allie had hamburger helper, 4 cheese lasagna for dinner. I love hamburger helper so much. I don't know why I love it so much, but I really do. Renee is up to 83% of the Hollow Garden. Yay. I know you've been working on that one. Sadi got to 73%. Yay. Amy says, hello, just joining. Trying to finish The Secret History tonight. I'm 130 pages out, so I think that's doable. I agree. I am reading A Queen Crowned in Flames by Hazel McBride. Very shiny cover. Usually I don't like when covers are just shiny like this, but this one's like still relatively thick and it's embossed, and also it's all metallic, so I think it works. My Earthbound, however, I don't like that they did Earthbound, Feybound, that whole series dirty with their super shiny dust jackets. Demar says, yeah, that was a quick sprint. I had a sandwich for dinner and tidied a bit, then read 2% of my book. Nice and successful. Tiff says, I'm trying to finish up How to Write a Love Story by Catherine Walsh. I'm in the middle of so many, need to get across the finish line. Agree. Silvix is giving us a reminder to submit for your bonus sprint points. 100%. Please do. Submitting for points is something that we got to get done. And especially because we're like in the 3rd week, we definitely need to be making sure that here's the thing. I had considered, like, do I want to hold my points? No, I'm submitting them right away because I keep forgetting what I have submitted and what I haven't. So I would just, especially for sprint, submit in the moment so you don't have to find this link later. Hello to Silvix. And that says, finished The Passing of the Dragon. Woo! And started the Eternity of the Orisa, but almost ready to DNF already. Uh-oh. After the first chapter, we'll give it a little longer, but it's not looking good. Oh no. Geek. Yeah, after I finish A Queen Crowned in Flames, I have 4 books. Before I get to Wild Reverence, I have 4 books that are from 2024. And y'all, I don't want to read these books. I'm going to give them a fighting chance, but I would not be surprised if I DNF them. Because I haven't been picking them up because I don't think I'm going to like them. So we're going to see. But we DNF if we have to. Tiff says, I need to go I need to go rewatch Nell's Mystic Readathon announcement. I watched it once, but in the middle of multitasking. I did like watch, paused, took notes, went to go look at the resources to get the prompts list together, and then built my TBR from there. Jamie says, I wanted to put on music, the Ren songs I've been fixated on lately, so I read a couple stories in my anthology arc. Yay! I need to get to my anthology one, which launched today, I think. Yeah, Back for Blood Part 2, Never Whistle at Night. Silvix says, hi back to Glenda. And yes, I did post a new reel and a short on YouTube. If you go comment on it anywhere, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, then you can submit that for bonus points. You know what I should do? I should go post it in the host content so everyone has a link directly to it. That's just make it easier. Let's go grab that link. I should not be this tired. I have had my energy drink for the day. You know what's currently in my head is the finale song from Pitch Perfect 3. That's up here, and I don't know why. At new host video. Another new IG reel. My bookstore romance day adventure. All right. Thank you for the reminder, Glenda. Renee says, feet pockets, love. I'm just a bit salty because I ordered an off-brand Snuggie that was supposed to have feet pockets and there were no feet pockets. Yeah, because here's the thing. My arms, I'm just going to wear a sweatshirt. But I don't want to have like thick socks and stuff on because if I get too hot, I want to be able to get off, move around. Also, I don't like the constriction on my legs a whole lot, but this foot pocket is like big and whatever. And this is just, I feel so smart. It was so easy to do too. If a cover is metallic, I do want it to be shiny. Otherwise, usually no. 100%. This is the way. And yeah, the love and 280 characters left is less is Twitter based. Nice. Nice of me to be dressed for Emerald Enigma. Joke's on you. This is what was cleanest on top of the pile and not a graphic tee. I had a customer facing meeting today where I had to be like on camera. And when that happens, I have to wear something that doesn't have a logo on it. Tomorrow, no customer meetings. So I will be in a graphic tee. Thursday, no customer meetings. I'll be in a graphic tee. Friday, going to an event. So I'm going to dress up a little. And it says, I can't remember the last book I DNF'd. It's very rare, which should tell you something. Opening the book with a badly written spy scene was definitely a choice. I'm going to argue that the author probably didn't think it was badly written, but still, yikes. I did DNF a book recently. It was one of the arcs I haven't, had been putting off for a while. And I got it on Libby. In like 2 hours into listening, it was at like 15%. And it was still like pre-exposition. Like we still had not gotten to the event that like kicks off the plot of the book. But we also were on the second scene total. So it's like there wasn't anything else happening to show us what was like there was. I'm like, okay, if we haven't even gotten to like the exposition action of the book at 15%, I at least need there to have been some world building accomplished, some strong character introductions so that we can see where their journey will go, etc. And there wasn't any of that. There was some character background, but it didn't inform the current state of the character. It just told me some background about a character that I didn't connect to the current yet. And so I was like, if I've listened for 2 hours and then I pause to like make dinner or something and I don't have any desire to pick it up, I nixed it. Demir says, you went over how you handle DNFs on NetGalley, right? Did they post it separately? I did not. I should go look for that. Do we remember when I did that? Remember which sprint because here's the thing. Since then, I have been sprinting a lot. Do we remember when I did that? Because I've been picking up so many extra sprints. This is a great question. I'm like looking through all the sprint notifications to see if I would have posted that I was going to talk about it. I don't remember. But I can get that. I can get that recorded. I could record it as a separate thing too. That's definitely an option. I will have an actual DNF to post relatively soon here, so I can just record its own separate one. And you know what? Before I move on, why don't I write that down? NetGalley DNF process video. Now it's on the to-do list because otherwise I would have forgotten it. But thank you for the reminder because I do know that lots of people have been looking for that. Jamie says, I don't have any blankets yet with foot pockets, but I have one with sleeves so it can stay on your front while your arms are free. I don't like the sleeve ones at all. They're too loose. They slide down my shoulders. I need them to like claps at the back of the neck. You know what I mean? Clasp. That's what I meant. Crimson's here. Hello. Big hugs and love to you all. Today I read 2 short novellas, a graphic novel, and also 35% through In a Heartbeat by Allie Novak. Oh my gosh. Incredible. You're killing it. Stop it. Crimson doesn't need to be any further. You stop this. Demir says, oh no, that is unfortunate, but at least they made it so you can make an easy, quick decision. That's a great way to reframe this. Annette says, I got to her love bud, which was itching with desire, and started to think this might not be for me. I love the way you've crafted this whole sentence right here. Jennifer made it to 14% of the wife and then had some dinner, homemade burritos. Yum, yum. Crimson says, so basically the book you listen to is fluff. That's what I call a book with no plot, etc. It it might have plot, but it wasn't in the first 2 hours of the audiobook. I'll tell you that. Like, I feel bad, but at the same time, I'm like, I gotta move on. This is Itching with Desire. No. And Love Bud. That I also can't recall reading that before. And Renee says Itching with Desire for like a baked good or something. Yeah, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. I too also associate itching with desire. For sure. Oh, I'm just like trying to imagine what that would be like, and I can't do it. So, and yeah, I will just record a separate short for it. Abby's here. Hello. I'll be either reading Blanky or I'm Not the Only Murderer in My Retirement Home, depending on if I want to read with my eyeballs or not. I usually don't, except that this book is so heavily Scottish that I kind of need to immersive read. So, Renee says, I miss Love Bud. It's unique. That kind of wording would send me into orbit. Here's the thing. This might be a hot take. I think Love Bud I think a great author could pull it off. But it would have to be a hell of a situation. You know what I mean? So, And hello, Beverly. How are you today? What are you reading? Let us know. Annette says that's all before page 3. This is your first. And as your first introduction, as like the first time you've met, probably not for me. Oh, I have a puppy back there. Hi, Meg. Hi, puppy girl. She's mad because she wants to go OUT because she sees bugs flying around out there and she wants to eat them. So she doesn't want to eat them. She wants to try and bite them and then realize they taste bad and spit them out on my carpet. That's what she wants to do. Crimson says, I read a book once that said the line, and I quote, he looked me up and down and smiled with his bottom teeth. What is that? I was like, nope, keep those teeth away from me. My favorite one, and I have no idea what book this was. All I did was I was watching somebody's sprints and I posted in the chat because I was like, y'all, this is crazy. And I can't remember what book it was, but the line was, and I haven't memorized because it was that memorable. Maybe it was good writing because it was striking, but the sentence was, like a turkey thermometer, her nipples sprang to life beneath her shirt. Like a turkey thermometer. I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever read. I think I did finish that book, whatever it was. But yeah, Love Bud does sound like a flower. That is, everyone's in agreement. Page 3 is insane. Hey, Vanessa, welcome to this. Beverly's reading Homeschooled by Stefan. Excellent. Willow's here as well. I finished CC1 this past weekend. Yay. So just started CC2 and only got through with the prologue so far. And I'm very excited. You have a lot of crying coming up. You're welcome. Vanessa just sent me a picture of smiling with her bottom teeth too. Oh my god. Vanessa, you should post that in the general chat. Sophia says, hi, you all are helping me get shit done this evening. Yay. I've been out of it today, so I'm picking up the slack. Cleaning, eating dinner, and then we'll read afterward. Hell yeah. All right. We're all gonna check and see what Sophia did to clean. So excited. Y'all keep me laughing. I simply cannot. I can't smile with my bottom teeth without losing it if I'm looking at myself. If I just didn't look at myself and but if I do this, then you can't see anyway. I feel like the Beast and Beauty and the Beast. You know what I mean? Like I just can't look at myself when I do it because otherwise I lose it. Amy says, I too immediately tried to smile with my bottom teeth. What does that mean? I mean, do they mean like smiling? Because normally you can only see my top teeth. Maybe it just means like an extra big smile. So you show your bottom ones too. Did it mean in addition to or only? That's the question. Vanessa posted hers in general chat. Head to Discord, folks. Fill the chat with pictures of bottom teeth smiles. Jamie says, I can sympathize. My cats have a similar fascination with bugs. Yeah. Like my dog loves to eat a fly, like to try and catch a fly. And she can. She's pretty good at it. But she doesn't actually want to eat them. Similarly, my pit bull, bless him, he's so dumb. We have a puppy pool, right? And whenever we need them to like get their energy out or like get some mental stimulation, I'll go around to the bait shop and get a thing of minnows for $1. And we'll put minnows in the pool. Minnows, which by the way, are very good for dogs' health if they were to eat them. They're full of omega-3s. And so my dogs will, my pit bull in particular, he's found out that if he like paws at them, he can slow them down enough to go get them with his mouth. He shoves his whole face in the water, he blows bubbles, he gets a minnow, and he gently picks a minnow up with his teeth, like so gentle. Slowly steps out of the pool, sets the minnow down, gives it a little kiss, and then leaves it to die. He doesn't want to eat them. He doesn't, never. He gives them a little kiss, and then he goes to take more out of the pool. And yeah. So yeah. And yeah, feel free to put the book quote in there too, because that's good. Beverly says that part you said would make me DNF that book real fast. A bulldog smiling is a good way to think about it, and that's cute though. A bulldog smiling is adorable. When I picture a human doing it, I'm like, wow. Crimson says, I have no idea what that meant. I did not continue to find out. I never read from that author again, but forget who they are now. Go put it in the Discord so that everyone can see. Gentle murder for the minnows. I love that. Huh? Jamie says, saving the minnows from drowning. Such a thoughtful boy. He to slow them down, he does bat them with his paws until they're basically concussed, but he's helping them. And you know how like they say that dogs, like if you put an egg in their mouth on instinct, they won't crush it. He does that. Like he will be so gentle with anything that's in his mouth. But he just doesn't understand necessarily that he's leaving them to their death. Alicia says, I'm getting the kids ready for bed and slowly starting to move to the bedroom, but here lurking. That's okay. Demar says, maybe it's like how owners can look at their dogs and it would be cute on a bulldog owner human. It would be, if a dog is doing it, it's cute. If a human is doing it, that's when it's like, what are you doing there, bud? You good? You know? I'm worried. I'm real worried, you know? So who knows? All right. Perfect. Crimson, is your name Raven? Do you want me to call you Raven? Put the line of the book in the chat too, so we could see it next to Vanessa's picture. Amy says, is he good with kids too? Sounds very gentle. He's enthusiastic and 70 pounds and does not know that he's 70 pounds. So here's the thing. He would never actually hurt a person. But he is so excited to play that he will knock a child to the ground real fast. And he will lick them so aggressively their skin might come off too. Accidentally, you know. So he is definitely a lover though. Sylvic says my bully would throw the egg to play with it and get heartbroken when it broke. That's bully behavior for sure. Yeah, he's a very aggressive lover is all. He loves to kiss. And for his dad specifically, like he loves to lick my husband's ears and then he like nibbles too. And he's just like, hi. So anyway, I love pit bulls so much. Generally, they are gentle and they love everybody. My other dog, who left me, I guess, she does not like other dogs. She loves people. She does not like other dogs, though, including her brother. All right. We are gonna go into our next sprint. Yay. So we're gonna just keep rolling with 45 minutes, even though it feels a little shorty sometimes. We get to have more sprints this way. So I'm gonna look at it. So we'll go another 45 minutes. This time I think I'm just gonna straight read the whole time. I think. And yeah, that's what we'll do. So I'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. I got to about 35% in A Queen Crowned in Flames. I did not start reading until like half the time had passed, so that's probably why. If I actually read for future sprints, I definitely think that I should still be able to finish tonight. I'm reading at just the 3x speed, the highest that Libby allows. So there's 3 hours and 30-ish minutes of audiobook left to listen to at that speed. So, yeah, if I actually read. And then I put on a sweatshirt, got my blankie all tucked in now. My feet are tucked in because it's really cold in my house. It feels really cold in my house. So, how'd y'all do? Let us know. Ashley joined us. Hello. Just sitting down with dinner, 1 pot taco rice, and hoping to finish. We've been here the whole time, tonight or tomorrow. Yay. Auntie joined us. What's up? What's up? Sophia, accountability. I picked up the place, made dinner, eating it now, did the trash, did the dishes. I feel much, much, much better. All you needed was 1 sprint to do all that. So you did that. And taking a shower, perfect. Glenda's got some hellos. Hillary's joined us. Hillary says, I went to a restaurant near a waterfall and had a pina colada. Now I'm tipsy reading. Did you go to Sea Salt Eatery? Restaurant near a waterfall. Oh, or did you go to somewhere on St. Anthony, Maine? Where'd you go? I'm going to continue World's Okayest Oracle, If Books Could Kill, for my second Secret Society book, Mossed in Space, Sea of Charms, Half City, so I can read Curse City, and to reread. That's a lot of books. I would focus on your Secret Society book, personally. World's Okayest Oracle has launched recently, so we could finish that. I don't know. That's a lot at once. Atya is finishing up The Fire Serpent Legacy by Cindy L. Rodriguez, which is a middle grade fantasy. Yay for bonus points. Annette says, stuck with it to the 20% mark in Love Bud, but I think that's enough for me. Can't all be winners. 20% after that start feels commendable. So, Vanessa got up to 68% in The Air of Prophecy, and are you loving it? I think I'm going to focus, like once I finish this, I'm going to start to go oldest to newest on my reads, with the exception of my, what do you call it? My anthology arc, which I'm just going to read a little bit a day, but I'm going to focus on like oldest first. I have my 4 super olds that I might do enough. We'll see. Wild Reverence. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After the 4, then there's only 10 more until I'm like up to August, which is doable, but a stretch. But I'm like, maybe before next weekend, I find time for Air of Prophecy. You know what I mean? Because I have the ALC of it too. Maybe I make time for that. Feels like I should. Yeah. But I think even if I could knock out like, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After this book, I'm so close to like just getting so significantly closer to like at least this month in my arcs. I have 4 from 2024, 1 from 2025, and then I have 2 from January, 3 from March, 2 from April, 2 from May, 2 from July, and then I'm at least on the current month, which I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 for, but I don't know, 7. I forgot about that one. But I'm like, I do want to I want to make time for Air of Prophecy just because I've heard such amazing, amazing things about it. And I know that like her publisher is not pushing as hard as they should for this one. So I'm like, I want to hype it up. I want to read it. I want to love it. So Sevik says, I got on Instagram that whole sprint. Yikes. But I'll be returning to my book next sprint. Yeah, you got this for sure. Also so relatable. Because like I do the same thing. I was like on Instagram for a hot minute and I was like, oh wait, no. Jennifer made it to 27% of the Fox wife. Yay. Allie got to page 86, so chapter 7 in the helium murder. Wow, one of the scenes I just read was super heated between two characters. Like spicy heated or like angry heated? What kind of vibe we got going on there? Sorry, I'm just pulling my foot pocket up. There we go. Perfect. Jean joined us. Got to 20% in the arc, The Inevitable Undoing of Zahara Douglas by Leslie Penelope. It's freaky and I can't stop reading, but long chapters are killing me. But it might be a good suggestion for Atia. Very nice. Decided to get to 86%. Oh, you're getting so close. Allie says, hello. Atia says, it is one of my anticipated reads this year, and I'm excited for it. It has a great cover. So, Jamie got to 40% in your anthology arc. Yay. Jean says, it's my secret society book because it reminded me of Atia. That's so cute. I love that. Vanessa says she is loving Air of Prophecy. Yeah. The fan art also is just doing it for me there. Jean says, I gotta love when I look at Instagram and I'm like, this person looks like Allie, but they have glasses. Allie does have glasses. My problem is, has this dried yet? Maybe. I think I'm allergic to them. What I mean by that is I think I'm allergic to the metal here because on both sides of my head, right here, after I wore them this weekend a lot, I had got like scaly patches. I think I might be allergic to the metal in them. So all day, I have been adding coats of clear nail polish to the arm part right here that touches my head in hopes that, because just this little bit of arm touches the side of my head. Like obviously the ear pads are covering my ears here. My nose never touches because the nose pads are like ginormous on here. But yeah, so I'm like, well, I would like to continue to wear my glasses, but I think I'm allergic to them. So I need to figure this out. So yeah, I should wear them more. Selvik says, I normally don't get sucked into social media. I've made such a genuine effort to lessen it in my life, but I keep getting puppy and kitty videos. Yeah. Lately, they've been giving me a lot of like videos of, hey, come with us as we give our dog the best last day. I'm like, how dare you? Why would you give this to me? Like, Instagram, how dare you? So I really am not appreciating that right now. I don't need that kind of vibe in my life. My puppies are 4 and 5. They're going to live forever. So I don't think that would be relevant for me even a little bit anyway. And then, yeah, it turns out it was me. Allie says, angry he couldn't see the body of the person that was murdered when the main character was following the family's wishes. That is spicy. It's an understandable spicy, though. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. So, I do get that. There we go. And now my clear nail polish is dried, so let's see if I can not get scaly patches now. And I don't have like eczema or anything. It's just I do get irritation when I wear non good earrings and stuff. So I think I'm allergic to like nickel. Jean says it's Air of Prophecy standalone. Yes, it is. Yep. I don't know if it's going to be I don't know if it's gonna be a series, but Air of Prophecy. It is gonna be a duology, but right now it's gonna be the only one because it hasn't come out yet. Let's see. The first thrilling novel in a new adult romantasy duology following a young woman who finds herself the chosen one to 2 conflicting prophecies. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know what it was about. I just knew Annalisa Browner wrote it, so I was just like in. Jean says, with my mom, it was a combination of sweat in the metal of the glasses. Hers was turning green. Mine are not turning green at all. It's literally like it's the same thing that I get on my ears and like my fingers when I wear rings that are not high quality. So I think I'm just allergic to nickel. Requesting the audiobook. Yay. Allie says, "Have you tried calling your place where you got them and see what they suggest for you to do?" The thing is, I already own them. They're already my lenses. They're not going to do anything. They would say, "Hey, do you want to try some acrylic lenses or acrylic frames?" And no, I don't. I wanted metallic frames, and I won't be buying solid gold glasses. So clear nail polish on the inside of the arm, and that's what we're gonna do. Because it's literally just this little contact right here, and that's the exact spot the ouchies are. So Atia has been reading while I'm talking. Rude. Uh, never mind, not rude. But finish the Fire Serpent Legacy. Yay! Atia, I made a pile of middle grades that I've been holding for my little free library, but I made a pile of them to save for dARCmore Dash. So I'm gonna probably send you a list so that you can tell me which ones I should focus on because I'm not gonna get through them all. I just made a pile of like 15 books. Like, yeah, I'll get through 15 books in a weekend. A weekend that, by the way, I'm away. I'm out of town at a book retreat. Yes, I'll be reading, but there's activities. So, you know, yeah, tell me which ones to read. 3 of them are D&D themed graphic novels, so I'm like, let's go. I'm so excited. But yeah. All right. Sylvic says I'm currently making my TBR plan for dARCmore Dash. Yay! Yeah, I'm just like, we're gonna hit it hard with the middle grades. I think I could read. I could read some. What do you call them? Anthologies, but most of the ones that I have are pretty big. And also, my middle grades are like all in a little free library pile. They're not on my physical TBR pile, so it's like they're a lot easier mentally for me to like pick up, read, put down. So, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get our next sprint going. Let's just keep reading. Now I'm like perfectly cozy. I have a Diet Coke that is like just opened, crackling, perfect, so crispy, so ready. Jean says, I'm currently reading book 1 of series by Chris Hatfield, the Canadian astronaut, because the book wasn't listed. Oh no. Oh, as a book 3 on NetGalley. Oh, so you have to read book 1 because the one that you got. I hate when that happens. And honestly, sometimes I just read it and I'm like, huh. Without context, this was a jarring read to jump into. So sometimes I'll just tell them that. All right. We are going to do our next sprint of the night. Remember to go ahead and submit your sprint bonus points if you haven't already, if you're participating in ARC August. But I will see y'all in 45 minutes, and happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. I got to 48% in my book. Things are like moving apace now, so I'm just about at the halfway mark, and I expect things to be moving quick now that we're getting over the hump there. It's still excellent. I think I have like one teeny little qualm about how it's written, but I really, really like this book. I like this author. I liked the previous book. I like the series, so I'm having a good time. My only complaint is that my house is too cold. And that's if I put the temperature higher, my husband will be so upset. He gets so warm so quickly. So he just would be very upset about it. And I'm not willing to fight that hard. So yeah. Annette did head to bed. It was after 1:30 a.m. her time, so call it a night. So good night to Annette. Atia says, my next audiobook is going to be The Unfluencer by Mia Heinzelman. What's that about? That sounds interesting. More good nights to Annette. Just to say hi and hit the like button before her sprint start. So Sarah's also sprinting tonight. Awesome. If you are a sprint hopper, feel free to hop over there. We'll put the link in the chat here for folks. Let me find it. So if anybody is interested in going and checking out additional sprints, it looks like she's right in the middle of one right now. But we love supporting friends. Sarah sprints. There we go. Link in the chat. Hannah joined us. Hello, admin day. So audiobook. Is this implying that you can like listen to an audiobook while performing administrative tasks? Because if so, you truly are one of God's strongest soldiers, because I could never. I can't even listen to music with lyrics when I do stuff. So impressive. Hi to Sarah from Glenda, and Kristen's here. Hello. Go Crimson. Go Obsidian Order. Go Purple Rocks. Jess says, made it. So Jess is done with work now. Been listening to the Camper Van Detectives while driving, and it's quite good. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. More hellos in the chat. Selvik says, I took a shower instead of reading. Next sprint has to be the one, I swear. Eventually, we will exhaust our excuses and actually do something. Eventually. Sadi finished. Yay, you're finished. And submitted. Oh, I love that. Love like getting submission done right away. Incredible. Jamie got to 46% of my arc and fed all the cats. Should be able to read with fewer distractions now that the cats are fat and sleepy. Yeah, cats generally, in my experience, do not like to give you, I don't know, any peace if they're hungry. So totally get that they're probably not letting you get a whole lot done. Fair. Alicia says, I had to put a kiddo back to bed again and worked in my reading journal. I read 20 pages of Pucking Sweet. Yay! That's so good. A good sprint worth of stuff. There's Sarah Sprint's link. Alicia says, I need a snack. I like the idea of a snack. I don't know if I have any snacks that I'd want to eat right now, though. Maybe I do. I do have yogurt bar, and I could go for a yogurt bar. Oh no, I just opened Neck Alley. To find that the last book in a trilogy that I have really enjoyed is available on Neck Alley and a request for November. I have enjoyed this series. It's been like one of those series where it's like, has it been the most fantastic thing I've ever read? No. But it's been pretty good. I've enjoyed both books. It's sapphic fantasy, really unique magic world, and the main character is like a grown woman who's a single mom. And I don't know. So we're gonna put that on the to request list and see how that goes, because maybe if I catch up, then maybe I'll request it. But it's never good when that happens on Neck Alley, oh no, I have to request a thing. You know what I mean? Never a good thing. Jamie says, I'm at 82% in the mirror. Adulting happened instead of reading a ton. But adulting is absolutely like productive. We love productivity. So this still seems pretty good. Still seems like a pretty good way to spend a sprint. You know what I mean? Allie got to page 100 in the Helium Murder. Such a good mystery. Using it for Herkiad periodic table. Oh, that's good. That's a good call. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for a lot of them. Just got like a shiver. I'm really nervous about that prompt, about the numbers one, like the one where the books each have to have the word numbers, like the numeric numerals in them, where it's like a book has to have the number 1 in there, the number 2, the number 3. So, I'm nervous about that one, and I'm like, "Okay, do I wanna do this? No, but should I just read the Janet Ivanovic, Stephanie Plum novels to get that one done? Maybe. Can't hurt." But this is a good idea for her kid periodic. Hannah says, "Gets me locked into both, weirdly." Alright. That's really weird for that. I could never do that, literally. I just if I am, like, trying to do anything where I have to write or just think critically, my brain can't listen to words because my brain will lock into those words or lock into my task and the other will get completely blocked out. So, whew, ugh, I need to go get another energy drink. I need to go get a crispy, what do you call it? Crisp apple. Yeah. Go Purple Rocks. Silvic says, "To be fair, I read the very first print, just not the second or third." So yeah, you have read book this day. And honestly, I mean, that's what like Storygraph and whatever, but their streaks look for is just, have you read any today? If you've read any, you're doing great. You're doing perfect. So Alicia says, "I have popcorners and little teriyaki sticks. Yum." Jean said, "Oh, you know what sounds really good is making popcorn." I can see if I have some popcorn. I love popcorn, and I do this weird thing where I add shredded cheese into my microwave popcorn, like, after it's popped, obviously. Um, I should make some popcorn this next round. I might do that. Jean says, "Love all the cats and baskets in your Instagram." Thank you. Yeah. I went to 8 bookstores in, like, 5 hours. Oh, oh my gosh. I can't keep doing this. I went to, like, 8 bookstores in 5 hours, and 2 of them not only had shop cats, but the shop cats sleep in little baskets that they, like, fit perfectly, which seems a little rude, to do that, because then I wanna stay in the bookstore for a really long time, and I got places to be, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Jamie says, "That hour right before dinner time, I'm always surrounded by needy cats staring and wanting snuggles." My pit bull is, like, the biggest snuggle bug, but he has priorities, and his priorities are he would most like to snuggle his dad, my husband. They're both little hot boxes when they sleep. So when he snuggles my husband's like, "It is too hot for me to sleep at all." Um, my husband hates being snuggled at night. Um, so when my husband kicks him out, his second preference is to snuggle into the couch, or, like, there's laundry in the bed right now, that's a second preference. His third preference is to snuggle with me. I am lower on the list than the couch. So, you know, but, yeah, so I get that, like, he loves to snuggle at all times, and I wish he wanted to snuggle me more because I actually probably would also like that, he won't. Just a step away from the neck, Allie. No! This this is not a good friend. No, this is not good for me. Jamie says, finishing series is important. So yeah, you need that arc. Who are you? Who are you all? Don't do this. This is not good. This is not good friend behavior. I'm trying to remember. I know that I had the first book as an arc, and I'm trying to remember if I had the second one as an arc at all, or if I just read the second one on my own. And I legitimately can't remember. So I'm like going back through my neck alley quick. Like, did I read the second one as an arc in here? It would have been through NetGalley no matter what. Let's see. Was this the first or the second one? Oh yeah, I did get the second one on NetGalley too. So I've gotten the first two on NetGalley. Okay. The first one, which I definitely know the title of off the top of my head, is called. Hold on, it'll come to me. The next page. The first one was an Illumicrate read, and it was The Last Hour Between Worlds by Melissa Caruso. So the magic system is like there's our world, right? Our realm. And then a step below our realm is an echo of our realm, where it's kind of like parallel universe theory, except the echo is like it's just a little alternate. Like you would go into the echo level and be like, something's off. Can't put my finger on it. Something's off. And then there's echo number 2, which is a slightly off from the first one. And as the echoes levels go down, they're more and more untethered from reality. And like the 13th echo is hell, essentially. And so the magic users are blink steppers who can step between echoes. And like sporadic rips and tears happen between echoes all the time. And so blink steppers, they're the magic users, their whole thing is going to like solve problems. Oh, my cat slipped through to the first echo layer. I can't find my cat. Help me find it. All the way to like, hey, something nefarious has happened and a hole has been ripped to the 6th echo, which is really bad. And so that's like the magic system, which is really unique. So the last hour between worlds, and then the second one is the last soul among wolves. And then the third one, which has just appeared on NetGalley, which I didn't need to have, is The Last Star in the Void. And the whole series starts as this mom is like a couple months postpartum after breaking up with the baby's father. And she meets a woman that she knows and is like, huh, interesting. Yeah, not me dropping all the buzzwords and gatekeeping. I'm so sorry. Melissa Caruso is the author's name. So sorry. Atia's so mad at me. Jean says, got my Camp Neck Alley badge. Yes. And that's the reason I went to Neck Alley in the first place. Just so y'all know, that is the reason that I came here, is to like take a look and see if I got my Camp Neck Alley badge. And then this was up on the screen. I was like, oh no. So just know that that's why I did this. It wasn't to, get myself into trouble. Oops. And yeah, Jamie, this is cracked. Look at you guys being a bad influence. Jean says, I need music to write my novel. I can do music. Some music. I can do like lo-fi is perfect. What I cannot do is anything with lyrics. It just does not work for me. I get sucked right in and it's just trouble. Jamie says, yeah, the periodic table prompt feels intimidating. It does indeed. If I could have them all be the same, that'd be great. All of them gold, all of them silver, easy. G made it to 23% of Zahara Douglas. Yay. Jamie says, cheese and popcorn sounds delicious. It's correct. Other Jamie says, sounds like I will need to make sure my shop cats have baskets to sleep in once my bookstore is open. And each cat needs their own basket that they fit in perfectly. Specifically, just in case you were wondering. So. Demir says, I don't know when I fell asleep, but I slept a whole sprint. Oops, that's not good for tonight's bedtime. Well, yeah, sorry. Jean also got my 100 review badge. Yay, congrats. Oh, that's so exciting. That's an exciting little milestone. Yay. Hannah says, we are good friends as we want sapphic books hyped. You are good friends in that regard, but I could hype the book without requesting it on NetGalley. You know that, yeah? Like I could just read it when it comes out. Jamie says, that does sound like interesting world building. Reminds me a bit of The City in the City by China Miéville, if Miéville had developed their world more. Yeah, and I will say, like, I think the only reason that it wasn't like a 5-star for me was that the main character I personally didn't relate to as much. I don't want kids. I'm not a kids person. I like to sarcastically make fun of teenagers that I coach. But that was like the main reason that it wasn't 5-star, just because it wasn't like didn't have an emotional impact for me, but I think it would for a lot of people. The world building was really cool. I loved like cast of side characters. The mystery aspect of it was really cool. So yeah. Allie says, yes, if I didn't find the Camille Mendocino books, I don't know what I would do. Jamie says, I do need to read and review my arcs I got from Camp NetGalley list. Oh, the other ones? Because the due date has passed for getting the badge. Ati says, if I'm writing something or reading something, I can't do music with lyrics. Yep. Atia, we are the same person. We know this because people confuse us because we look so much. We look so much the same. People confuse us a lot, and it's because we're the same person. Jean says, I listen to 80s music. I need to be distracted enough. That would distract me. If I listened to like 80s hair bands, I would be thoroughly distracted. Jess says, getting into bed with 2 hot water bottles and a snack, carrying on with the nonfiction on William and Catherine. So compelling, I didn't realize it was past bedtime last night. This is such a vibe, having a snack, having water, having everything you need, and just reading into something that you're like really engaged in. That just sounds like a great, great time. What are you trying to say, Martha? Ati says, I got to page 177 out of 588 in A Clash of Carnivores during that last sprint. What happened to the audiobook you said you were going to read instead? Hannah says, weird question. Has anyone noticed a reoccurring word in books titles this year? Maybe. I don't know. I'm like looking through my list on NetGalley. I don't know. I mean, generally in romantasy, there's a lot of stuff that kind of bleeds together for me personally. Like that I go down a list and I find that there's a lot of like covers that look similar-ish to me. I'm seeing a lot of prophecy. I don't know. Also, Atya, you're tracking that the sequel to Air by Saba Tahir is coming shortly? Just checking, just double checking. But yeah, I think I'm seeing a lot of prophecy. I'm seeing a lot of like like alliteration in titles, I think. I'm seeing a lot of like lost stuff. I don't know. Maybe that would be maybe some of the things that I've noticed, but I guess I would have to maybe I've noticed it when I'm at the bookstore, but now that I'm not at the bookstore, it's fled my brain altogether. So yeah. And yeah, twinsies. We're the same. Sherry's here. Hey Sherry, how's it going? Hey everyone, reading Creature Features on Kindle U, which is 6 short reads in the horror genre. All right, and you're on book 4. I do believe that if they're like 6 reads that are in the same, even if they're technically separate books, but they're the same collection, I believe that counts as a anthology, Vanessa said. So good. Yeah. Martha says, I'm back. Had to take a snooze. All right. And Jamie says, Holly Black's Book of Night was like that for me. Cool world building, but I didn't like the main character enough to affect the rating. Oh, I see. I loved Book of Night. I loved that female main character. I loved Thief of Night. I just love Holly Black, turns out. I just love her bad. I love her down big time. So, yeah. Ati says, "You know I'm a poly reader." Yeah, but it still freaks me out sometimes, so sorry. Sherry says, "She calling you out, Ati." Ati was like, "I'm reading this book," and then two comments later, "I'm reading this other book instead." But that's a good question. I got to 7% in the uninfluencer. Okay. And Ati, did you get the arc of the Sahara Douglas? I know it's on your TBR. And yes, Beverly, polyreader is a thing. So Atia like will pick up and put down multiple books within the same, I don't know, 10-minute period, and track them, which is crazy. And yes, we are tracking the sequel to Air, and I feel like screaming. I'm so excited. Good. Yeah, I didn't realize that Empire was coming like soon. And I haven't read Air yet because I just finished Ember not too long ago, January. But I do have Air on my physical TBR, so probably I should read that sometime this fall. And it says, I read Vengeance, and last year I read 4 books with Drowned in the title. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, Saboteur really can do no wrong. That is 100% correct. Because Ember, that whole series really took me out, I think. Molly says, the masses have spoken. Goody Molly must appear. Ati says, yeah, reading more than one book at a time, not simultaneously, though. Yeah, I definitely thought Ati was doing this when she was like, hey, that sprint, I read 10% in this audiobook and then 7% in this book. And I'm like, what? But just she can bounce between books, which is crazy. And Sherry says, yes, it counts. I triple checked. Yeah. And Ati says, yes, physical and ebook, and lucky you because it's a duology, so you could read them close to one another. Yes. I could read Air. It would probably be like October, November for me, probably, just because I already have my TBR set pretty much for September off of my physical TBR, that is. And it's all stuff that matches my team's prompts for the Shadow Stalkers. Mai's here. Yay. Hello. I'm done aggravating my husband. So my husband would say that this resembles me too. He's like, go bother your friends. You can stop bothering me. He loves me mostly. And yeah, it is impressive. Well, I said, so this fascinates me. Most people I know who read multiple books at once have each one in a different format. Does it have to be that way, Atia? Like, do you have multiple physicals ever at a time? Which I believe you do, if I'm not mistaken. Sometimes you do. And Maya says, I'm a bully. I think that if like it's so funny because my like when we were getting married and stuff, people would ask my husband like, what drew you to her in the first place? Why did you want to like why did you want to take her out on a second date? And he was like, I was just kind of grateful that like because he'd been trying online dating for like the first time in his life, in the season that he met me in, and he was like, it was just kind of really nice that like I didn't really have to talk very much. Like, she just talked mostly, so I didn't have to. And then he said, and she also, like, wasn't afraid to really make fun of me, even when sometimes it wasn't that funny. And I'm like, oh no. I don't know that I love this for me. Molly says, well, I see which side my bread is buttered. Ati says, I'm usually balancing 2 in physical and 2 in ebook and 1 or 2 in audio. Crazy. Jean is reading 3 ebooks at the same time. I says, I've told him you haven't been bullied enough and it shows. My husband does say this about me. I will sometimes when I'm like basically when I'm luteal, he'll say something insignificant and I'm like, why do you have to be mean to me? And he's like, you haven't reached your quota yet today. You need somebody to be a little mean to. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. Ati says, with audio though, one of those is usually a buddy read with your partner. Yes, that's right. They buddy read and it's real cute. Molly says, God, I think that makes more sense than having them all have to be different. Yes. You can be the triplet. Me, you, and Atia can all look the same. All look identical for sure. For sure. All right. I'm going to put down the neck, Allie. Let's just close that tab completely because that feels a little dangerous. Just says, I usually have one in each format going, some multiple physical nonfiction so I can swap between. Tend to stick to one fiction ebook at a time. I will usually keep like one intense fantasy at a time just because they be intense, you know what I mean? Um, but I could have like an intense fantasy going on and a couple stories in an anthology and a fluffy romance. Because fluffy romance, I couldn't get confused with the other stuff. So, you know. All right, let's open our timer back up. I almost forgot that my character has this little sprout on top of her head. Let's also go do something different in here. Let's go to we haven't been at the fireplace in a hot minute. Have we? No, we have. We haven't been at the window. We're definitely not cleaning. Fuck that. Looking is boring. I like to do stuff that Amethyst can do with me. So, obviously got to uncover the cow. There we go. All right, we're going to do another sprint, another 45 minutes, and see how much further we can get. And I'm also going to make myself a little snack of some popcorn. So I will see you all in 45 minutes, and happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. An exciting thing just happened in my book, and now I'm like, can't wait to get back to it. I'm at 57%. So it's 6 hours, 45 minutes left on the audiobook, which means about 2 hours and 15 minutes left of reading. So this will definitely be done tonight, which is great because it is the 18th, and this is my 18th book. So, yeah, I'm right on pace. Tomorrow I have a bit of a shorter book to read. Death Meets Q by Jay Penner. So I'm feeling really good about this month and feeling really good about this book. Yay! I also just feel really, really good about reading a 14-hour audiobook in one day. Frankly, that feels great. But it is getting good. It is getting good. Yep, I'm happy. I'm very happy with everything that's happening here. So let's see how y'all did. Let us know what you had done that sprint. Maya says, I'm going to work on The Night and the Moth since I finished Tradwife earlier today. Yay. Hillary says, Allie, you asked where I ate by a waterfall, and it was sea salt. Okay, that's what I asked, if it was sea salt eatery. Had a sandwich and wish you'd gotten crab cakes. And we didn't get to see the actual waterfall because we had to head out. That sucks. Alicia says, I'm starting to doze off to sleep, so I think I'm headed to bed. You're welcome. Have a good night. Sherry says, finished book 4 of the KU collection. Yay. And went back to the audio of Calamity Club and made it to 16% in a 29-hour book. Yikes, indeed. I feel it. When I get to Wild Reverence, I'm dreading it. Let's see how long it is. 22 hours, 8 minutes. Yikes. Sylvic says, all right, Chad, I'm heading out. Did read again this sprint. Yay! And you're welcome for sprints. Have a good night. Mai says, I didn't read. I instead aggravated my husband more and then switched to my pets. Great. Hillary got to 70% of your Secret Society book. I appreciate this new abbreviation because this is better than the other thing. Ati says, false. What the hell? Where'd that sprint go? What the hell? Sorry. Allie got my pajamas. Ooh. And read to page 112 in the Helium Murder. Excellent. Ati did no reading, but submitted my latest finish and updated my reading spreadsheet. That's still good. Time is a lie. I also stopped a mosquito from biting me. So you killed it. Got it. Demers got to 21%. Ati says, my current nemesis is the Asian tiger mosquito, and we are at war. I live in mosquito land. It is well known that the national bird of Minnesota is just a mosquito. How in the hell do you know what species of mosquito it is? That's like, what? Are you kidding me? No. And Jess says, we blinked in 45 minutes. For y'all, that was fast. For me, I made myself popcorn. I got myself a crisp apple bloom. I let my puppies outside. I got 10% more reading done. Like, this was a great sprint for me. I don't know what y'all are talking about. And here's the thing. I understand mosquitoes are part of our ecosystem, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. But also, yeah, I fucking hate mosquitoes. Jess says, got about 17 pages in my nonfiction, but changing to ebook for nap roulette. Have fun. Rip mosquito. Molly says, got to chapter 14 of 19 in Revel and Lava Crusher, which is an arc. Excellent. Kelly's here. Happy time zone. I'm just about done with this proofread for my author. 13 pages to go. So close. And this was 2 minutes ago. So I don't know. You can finish that super quick. Jamie got to 58% in my arc. Ooh, real progress. And he did some lentil stew for dinner. Yummy. Hannah did some line edits of your novel. Excellent. Allie says, no crab for me. I'm allergic to shrimp and anything in the shrimp family, and shrimp was one of my favorite foods. If it helps you at all, I'm allergic to tequila. I'm actually allergic to most agave products, which I don't feel awesome about, So, yeah. I don't know if that would make you feel better at all, but going to Mexico is kind of lost on me personally. And hello to Kelly. Hello back. Achi says, because I used to think that they were innocent until I looked it up using my phone because it looks very different from what I'm used to. Oh. None of them are innocent. They're sucking your blood. And then I learned that what I thought was just an insect was actually my enemy. Got it. Kelly says, look closer. You can tell the difference. I learned all about mosquitoes and parasitology. I loved that class. That was a class that you took? That feels crazy. All right. Allie says it was a productive sprint for you too. Great. The Allies had an awesome sprint. I don't know what y'all are on about. Achi says Asian tiger mosquitoes are spotted black body with white dots, very unlike the mosquitoes I'm used to seeing, which I suspiciously no longer see. There's mosquitoes all over everywhere for me. And my top hacks are first dryer sheets. Like plain old dryer sheets, put them in your pockets. When I was down in Puerto Rico for several weeks, we slept in like plywood bunks, and it was recommended that you get yourself a mosquito net to like put on hook to the bunk above you and then wrap around your mattress, right, to sleep in. And I just tucked dryer sheets like under my regular sheet. Like on my mattress, I layered dryer sheets and then put my sheet over it. Never had a problem. But then also the little mosquito coil things, those work really well for me. I think this new invasive breed has either eaten the regular ones or beaten them out of existence. Yikes. Hillary says, I know there are some days that less reading happens because of life, but I'm annoyed that I haven't gotten much reading done today. I do get that. I understand that. Maya says, I'm allergic to a whole class of meds that could help me if they didn't send me to the ER. Yeah. I hope you have a bracelet for that. Jean says, I'm allergic to bananas, but it isn't a latex allergy. Yeah. I loved banana, but my throat might close up. I love bananas. I love the banana flavoring in candy, which is not artificial banana, but is actually a real banana. Banana flavored candy is my favorite thing. It's so good. You know how like at the mall there'd be all those like that thing of gumball machines with a bunch of different candies in it? At the mall next to my house growing up, there was like one with Runts candy, the fruit Runts, and then one that was Runts but all bananas. And each time you use it, it's like a quarter, right? I shit you not, I probably spent at least $50 a year on that machine. At least. More when I worked at the mall. Kelly says, I'm a rare breed. I have no known allergies. Crazy. Yeah, dryer sheets, crazy. Allie says, I get it, Maya. I'm also allergic to Benadryl, so it's EpiPen when I have a reaction because Benadryl gives me an odd feeling in my throat. That's not good. Jess says, other side of the world, mosquitoes still suck. Good one. We also have sandflies, which I think are worse, believe it or not. Everything that I've ever heard about Australia and New Zealand tells me that I am not fit to live with the wildlife there. It's just not for me. Ati says, paperbacks being $20 now is just, yeah. But the books that I got this weekend, $14.99. That's an ARC, so it was free. This one, MSRP is $16, but it was $10. Death Card, of course, is $13.99 MSRP because obviously they get it. And then this one is also $13.99, so YA, I guess. Maybe I should just read Death Card tomorrow because, like, this is shortish. This is under 300 pages. Like, and it's just so pretty. Maybe I just do a little detour. You know what I mean? This one is also so short. The Freeverse Society. It's about teens who bond and deal with their trauma by joining a poetry club, and it's over 300 pages, but it's so small. But this is more than 300 pages. That's crazy. But I don't know. Maybe I just pivot to one of these new ones that I got just like for a day. Hillary says, apparently you can get a full beekeeper style mesh mosquito jumpsuit. Yikes. That seems like too much. And also guaranteed they don't make it in my size. Jean says at 27%, the Apollo murders. This is definitely a boy book. In Tons of Science. Look, I'm definitely like gendered stuff is bullshit. However, I totally understand what you mean when you say this is a boy book. You know what I mean? Hillary says my frozen bananas smell like banana candy. And also I love an overripe banana. Not overripe, but I prefer my bananas to have a little brown spottiness on the peel before I eat them. So, you know. Allie says, I'm also allergic to latex and vinyl, so it's glove free around me. No balloons. And no cricket stuff? Crazy. Mai says, dang, I survived via Benadryl. I survive via Claritin and Zyrtec, both every day. I don't know if you're supposed to take both every day. I would read the package, except I keep them in this. That's where I keep my drugs. So I don't know what the packaging says anymore, but I'm allergic to the air in all 4 seasons. So I do have to take Zyrtec and Benadryl, or Zyrtec and Claritin every single day in order to not be dying via runny nose. Yeah, this is Australia and New Zealand. Sandflies and fucked. Yep, accurate. Ati says, oh my God, the Love Con. I freaking love that book. Yeah, it looked so cute and so good, and I couldn't help it. Me only picking up 6 new books, visiting 8 bookstores. Okay, I did buy 2 more, but they were ones I'd already read, and one of the 6 I've already read. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. How long is the Love Con? Let's find out. Okay, this one is less than 300 pages. Look at this. Look at this. Look. The purple book is longer than the other book. Can you believe this? I do believe that I would fly through this. Here, maybe this is what I'll do, because I'm trying to do a book a day, right? Starting tomorrow, maybe I will start the day by picking up one of my 2024 arcs that I'm nervous about reading and give it a good college try. And if I reach the 15-20% mark and want to I'm not into it in DNF, then I pick up one of these. At least these 2, because they're little YA romances. I don't know if this one's YA. I don't know if this one is YA. It might be, but whatever. But both of these are little romances. So maybe if I DNF, I pick up one of those and make that my book for the day, since it should be possible to get through those within a day. Pretty easy for me. It's like a little deal with myself. Allie says, it really sucks. I'm really bad. Do you have to be so difficult? Yeah. Audrey says, we truly are the same people. We are the same person. Yeah. I don't know why this is like a shock to you, because I don't know if you remember this. The other day, somebody confused us because we look so similar. We struggle with the same things. We can't even say it. Beverly says, I'm going to go take a shower and listen to my book. Ati says, Death Card is also sitting on my desk. Those sprayed edges are very good for Death Card. Death Card is just a beautiful, the execution on Death Card as a physical book. I hate to give a Big 5 publisher any props whatsoever, but the execution of this book is flawless, because the sprayed edges, there's teeny detailing next to the moon that's hard to see on camera. The cover design in general by Caitlin Yang is incredible. The art on it by Helena Elias is good, but then also the treatment that they gave this art with the matte metallic on all of the gold details is just stupid good. Everyone involved 10s across the board. It's so good. It's so good. They just did a great job. Jess says, that's about the only thing in New Zealand that will try to eat you. And all the times I've been to Australia, I've never seen any spiders, snakes, bugs, etc. Jess, just because you haven't seen them does not mean they're not there. I've seen too many stories to the contrary, and I have determined that it is just not the place for me. And Atya also has a free verse society. Fuck me. Yeah. Monday. Not next Monday. Yeah. Next Monday. If I haven't read them already because of my DNFs, then yeah. We could read Death Card on Monday. That'd be a great way to spend 10 hours. Beverly says, the Poison Daughter on Libby is 25 hours. Even on 3 times speed? Mai says, I don't like gendered stuff except when it comes to chores because they're all boy chores. Mai, we might just be in the same relationship. My husband does all of the chores. This is hilarious. Because folding clothes is the only thing I do. It's crazy. Yeah, and my pill case does just say drugs. I take it through TSA just fine. And also, I don't like the idea of like filling a pill case once a week or even once a month. Disgusts me. Absolutely not. I'm not taking time out of my day to do that. I can't. So I found this one specifically because it fits an entire pill bottle's worth of stuff in each compartment. Like, this is all my Adderall. All one whole bottle of Adderall fits in here. This is all my Claritin. All my, like, so this is everything I have. If I lose this, I'm fucked. So, and agreed on the boy chores. Jess says, hay fever season is just starting here. I have hay fever year round. Like, I'm not shitting you. I have cold-induced asthma. So winter is just, I can't breathe outside. A dog just barked. And it did not. Hey, puppies, come here. Maggie, Georgie, come. Please hold. That was a weird sound. A dog just barked, but it was not either of my dogs bark. Meg, are you okay? Come here. Are you okay? Are you all right? Hi. Are you guys okay? One of you barked. One of you made a sound, and it did not sound like either of your barks. Are you okay? Are you all right? Hi. I love you. Are you going to go to bed? Yeah. Okay. I love you. You guys go to bed. That was really weird. Okay. But yeah, I have cold-induced asthma, and then I'm allergic to every pollen in the air. So it's great. Achi said the love con is very adult. Cool. Whatever. I like it anyway. I says, when I did a book a day, it was barely a week. I just wanted to read The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. Probably spelled this wrong over and over. I'm really, obviously we're like pushing arcs, but then also if I get through an old arc long enough to accurately DNF it, like I'm not going to read 2 pages and be like, okay, I'm done. But getting through a good 15-20%, if I push myself that hard and I'm still not loving it, then I can reward myself with a physical book. Hannah says, I'm aiming for 8 books this month and have currently finished 5. You're doing great. And I did not set a goal of a book a day. It's happened. And now I'm like, I'm so close to being able to do this. I've made it almost 2/3 of the month. So like, I've already forgotten what this wink, wink, nudge, nudge is for. Jean says, you had really good control of the books. Thank you, Jean. Thank you. You'll see. Hannah says, I really did wish could read a book a day sometimes. This will not happen ever again. I think the most I've ever read in a month is probably let's go. Storygraph will tell me. In June, I read in June and April, both. I read 23 books because April was Atia's Read Your Library Readathon. And then in June was Pride Happily. Both I relied heavily on graphic novels. And then last year, November was only 20 books, June was 22 books, and that was like 11 graphic novels. So most I've ever read in a month is 23 books. This month, I have only read, I want to say 2 graphic novels, 1 manga, and then 1 graphic novel, and then 1 children's book. So only 3 of the books that I've read this month have been like not. Oh no, 1 Octavia Butler essays was short. So it's like 1 children's book, 1 bound essay, 2 graphic novels, and then all the rest of the books that I've read have been full-length novels. And some of them have been 3 of them have been 600 plus page books. So I feel good about this. Jean says, "Do you have a list anywhere of my 26 and 26?" Yes, it is on my Instagram. I posted it toward like the end of last year. So if you just scroll back on my Instagram a little ways, I did post my 26 and 26. The post looks like this for when you're looking at it. I have read like 8 of them. I have a ways to go. Twins, Achi and Allie, close my eyes. But here's the thing. You don't even have to close your eyes because we look so similar. So because we look identical, you don't even have to close your eyes. And yeah, we can do death card on Monday. Hannah says, if you leave the creepy things alone, mostly they will leave you alone. My problem is not with them touching me. It's me seeing them. I don't, spiders, no. Chore reparations, yes. Maya says, as he should. At my house, I fold clothes and put up with his nonsense. That's plenty. But I'll say I would starve if it wasn't for him. Yep. How often in sprints lately have you guys seen him like creep in to bring me snacks? He's just like, do you want something for dinner? And I'm just like, I just need like a little, and he's like, do you just like want some cheese? And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. And a Diet Coke, thank you. Achi says, I believe in women's rights and wrongs as well as chore reparations. Yeah. Okay, you guys heard the bark too. It was just, that was not one of my dog's barks. And they were both, well, Maggie's back in here. Hi, baby. Hi. They were both in the bed. It was not no. I believe that the frog made it out the door because they were both in my bed when they barked, and this would kill me. I don't know what, I don't know what sound that was. It was a bark. I'm hoping that it was just her barking in her sleep. She gets dreams and she will like yip and stuff. Meg, do you want to come here? Do you want mama pet you? Come here, baby. Come on. Come here, pretty girl. Maggie, come here, baby. Come here. She's looking all sad. Puppy girl, are you scared? You're not wagging your puppy girl tail? Are you okay? Are you a little scared of something? I'll bet you anything that her brother accidentally kicked her in his sleep. I bet that was it, and she got a little scared. Auntie says their coats are gorgeous. Thank you. They're so dirty and they need a bath. It's just they're just greasy babies. Hi, pretty girl. Are you so good? You're the bestest puppy girl, Maggie. You're the best girl. Yeah. She's also very scared because she thought I had an idea of clipping her nails today, so she's struggling. Poor babies indeed. Now she's going to go to bed. Hillary says, reading books, iced coffee, and a side of dragons during chatty bits. Yay! And it's lovely. I can read the equivalent of a book a day if I'm reading multiple books in some sort. So 200 to 400 pages a day. And then I'll have a day where I cascade finish like 4 books. Yeah. I've done that too. Maya says, is your husband named Alex? No. My name is Alex. My name is actually Alex. So I don't know if it's worse. Yeah, I will fall out. Yeah, no, my husband's name is Josh, but my legal name is Alex. So there were 6 boy Alexes in my 1st grade class, and I was like, "Fuck this. I'm not gonna be one of them. I'm gonna be lumped in with the Alexes with a bunch of boys." It was Alex's, Brittany's, and Jessica's as far as the eye could see. So I named myself Allie, and I did not tell my parents. Um, and then they went to parent-teacher conferences. My teacher was like, "Yeah, so Allie is doing really well." And they're like, "Oh, no, 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 our daughter's Alex." And she's like, "That kid right there told me her name was Allie." So I tried spelling it different ways too, apparently. No, his Joshua. That'd be so funny though. All right, we are ready for our next sprint, I think. Hell yeah, let's go back over here, bring this back up on the screen. Okay, let my bloom do its work. That would have been really funny. Hannah says, I'm aiming for an average of 125 pages a day as I set myself a yearly goal to consume 24,000 pages a year. I should set my page goal proportionally to my reading, my books goal, right? Like theoretically, I should say, if my goal is to read 100 books, then my goal should be like 30,000 pages. If I read 300-page books, whatever. I don't know why. I set my goal at 55,000 pages. So I have hit my book goal of 125 for the year. I have not hit my page goal. So Mai is going to go walk the dogs. Great. All right. We're going to start our next sprint. I think we'll do one more after this because I'm going to be awake after I finish this bloom. So I will see y'all in 45 minutes and happy sprinting. Hello, hello, welcome back. I have gotten to 70%. There are 5 hours left of this audiobook, which means an hour and 40 minutes of listening. So I might not be done before midnight, but I will finish before bed. So still really happy about that. And it's every bit as I was hoping. I'm a huge fan of the series. I would say, like, for anybody who's like who does not want to read Rebecca Yarros, but has been intrigued by like a lot of the things that make Fourth Wing, um, Scottish folklore, dragons, a hot magic dude and a queen. This series is phenomenal. A Fate Forged in Fire is the first book, and it's a duology. It's multiple duologies. This is the first duology. It's going to be more, but there's only 2 out right now. Anyway, it's great. It's so good. I love it. It's by Hazel McBride. Let's see how y'all did. We are going to do one more sprint tonight. But yeah, let's see how y'all went. Allie says, I have a Hurricane question. If it has a person on the cover, could I use it for cover prompt, even though it says persons on the cover? Yes. Like if people on the cover kind of thing, the point is that it's just like one of the illustrated people on the cover, even if it's a single person. So that definitely tracks. What dates is the art week thing? It's just the last weekend. So the last weekend in August is like the 29th, 30th. All day Friday, all day Saturday, midnight to midnight Eastern time. So midnight Friday, Saturday, and midnight Sunday, Monday Eastern time is the bounds. You must start and finish books for them to count for the dARCmore Dash. Mai says, I've been working on my Wu Zai 10 reading. The first Empress of China was bananas. Super interesting. Alrighty. Good. Sure is heading out. Thank you for see you next time. Made it to 22% in Calamity Club. Yay. Yay. Allie says read to page 120 out of 250 in the Helium Murder. I can't tell if this is 5 stars or 0.5 stars. I'm gonna hope it means 5 stars, because if it's only 0.5, woof, DNF, you know. Jamie says, I had a shower and got to 63% in my arc. Next, I'll actually eat dinner. Jamie, it's 11 p.m. or later. Hannah says, 2.5 more chapters, line edited. Yay! That's awesome. And Allie's clarifying, it is 5 stars. Yes. Okay, good. I was like, dang, if it's only 0.5 stars, rough. Doesn't sound great. I cannot be this tired because I have to finish this book. I'm so loving it so much. I did take the dust cover off just because it's easier to read like this. So, Glenda says good night to Shuri. Yes, it's crazy to me, like how many long books I've been crushing this month. Also, I just read the scene that this is in. Yes. Good night, Shuri from Allie as well. I don't believe I've read this scene yet, but I love that this is like the standard hardcover US edition, and it comes with 2 unique end paper arts. Hillary says, I'll pop to bed for the last sprint to listen to audiobooks. I keep trying to go to bed early, but then I just stay up until 1 a.m. every night. I don't stay up until 1 a.m. every night, but when I do, it's to finish a book. Realistically, so we'll do our next sprint. I will get down below the 3 hours remaining mark, and I'm listening on 3x speed, so down below the 1 hour remaining. And then we'll come back, we'll say goodbye, and I'll head to bed. And then I'll go to bed to finish reading, and I will be so tired. And like, it always happens that like the last 15 minutes I end up doing from the next morning. But I really, really want to finish this tonight just to, I don't know, feel good about myself. Is there lightning sex in the series? Because that took me out in 4th thing. No, there's no lightning sex. Unfortunately, there is. So flames is the big thing. That's elemental magic is the thing. And this duology focuses on the Fire Nation. It's like when the Fire Nation, it's like Fire Nation, except the Fire Nation didn't attack, but rather the religious extremists attacked the Fire Nation. But it is elemental magic, and when they get together, sparks do fly. So it sounds good. It is good. It's excellent. And the author is awesome. So I love that too. she's delightful to follow on social media. All right. Okay. We're going to put up our last sprint banner here. We're going to do one more sprint tonight. We will change our thing here. We'll go do a bed activity. We'll go do reading in bed. Let's put the timer. No, it does make more sense up here still. And then looking forward to the audio. Yeah, the audiobook narrator is great. I'm a big fan of the audiobook narrator. She's doing a great job. So we're going to do our last 45-minute sprint. Good night to everybody. Good night, Hillary. We'll do our last 45 minutes and then head to bed. So, all right. Well, I will see you all in 45 and happy sprinting. right, welcome back from our last sprint, everybody. I got to 82%. So I have just under 3 hours of the audiobook left, which amounts to that much. And it will take me a little under an hour to do that. So yay. I'll be staying up to do that. I will be staying up to finish that read. Things are happening and I could not have guessed. So I'm like, I'm stressed. I'm stressed, but in a good way. So it's very good. I love it a lot. So let me know how you did for that last sprint. We did sprint a little bit longer tonight than we normally do. I don't know that I'll go quite as long on Thursday, but we'll see. Hannah says, you're a very dangerous person to watch for my TBR. I really am aiming to get another chapter and a half done. I'm so sorry. And you never have to read what I'm telling you to. But I'm having, the nice part is that so many of my arcs lately have been so good. You know what I mean? I feel I'm so happy that as I'm reading through arcs, such a high percentage of them have really just been great reading experiences. I think there have been 2 that I gave a 3.25 and a 3.5. They were fine. They were just maybe not for me, but they were still good books. And so I don't know, for having this be a month where I'm purposely going through backlog books, it feels really good for so many of those backlog books to have been such great reads, which is awesome. Good night to Hillary. Is there anyone sprinting tomorrow before Nell? Not that I know of. So I believe that it will just be Nell at 6 p.m. Central or 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night, Wind Down Wednesday. I'll be joining. I don't know what time because my husband and I are going for old people date night, meaning we go to dinner at 4 p.m. And then I'll come back and I'll read. Hopefully one of my old arcs. We'll see. Ati says, took a shower. Yay. I'm glad that you are clean. Mai says, we're starting to get a storm rolling in, so going to head to bed, see if I can fall asleep before it starts. Absolutely. And you're welcome for sprints as always. Excuse me. Glenda says, good night to Mai. Jean also headed to bed. Good night at 40% of the Apollo Murders by Chris Hadfield. Ooh, excellent. Glenda says, good night to Jean. Allie says, good night to Jean and Mai. Courtney joined us for a little while. Hello, work is crazy and can't sit still. Oh, yeah, just too many things going on. That makes sense. And hello to Courtney from Allie. Hello back. Atia got to page 189 out of 588 in A Clash of Carnivores. So Atia, you also have a big book. One of the bookstores that I went to, I did see a rage of the first book in the series. I saw it and I thought of you. So just says, had my nap, yay, and read 5% of my ebook, hoping I'll finish tonight. It's far longer than it needs to be, though. I hate when that happens and you're like, hey, so this didn't need to be quite this long. You know what I mean? It just didn't need to be. Beverly says, good night to everybody. And Courtney says, no reading here. That's totally fine. You're working. Damaris got to 30%. Excellent. Allie got to page 134 out of 250 in the Helium Murder, and it's still very good. Yay. Jess says, ooh, your Thursday is my Friday, and I've got a day off. Yay. Yes, I'll be sprinting again on Thursday night, U.S. time. So Nell will be tomorrow. I'll be the next day. And actually on Thursday, we've got Vanessa in the morning and then me at night. And then Friday during the day, Ivy will be sprinting. So yay. Sadi says, been watching YouTube as a reward for finishing my book. Absolutely. That's a great reward. I love that. Demers says, I'm feeling tired, so my earlier nap might not have done too much damage. Good. Yeah, I hope you get sleeping. Courtney says, yeah, for naps. And you're welcome for sprints. You're welcome. I'm real excited for the end of it here. And me too. Because this series is going to be structured in multiple duologies, I'm really interested to see how the author is going to, there's only 18% of the book left. So I'm really curious about how she's going to structure the final battle, knowing that there are more duologies to come in this world and how they'll tie together, And yeah, it is really good. It is really good, and I know that people have a lot of, valid criticisms about, both Fourth Wing and its author, and so, this is a great alternative if a lot of the things sound interesting to you, but you are wanting to read a different author. So, yeah, I'm having a good time. I like it a lot. All right. With that, oh my gosh. We are done for the night. You're welcome. I'll see y'all again on Thursday. Don't forget to submit your bonus points if you haven't already. And I will see you back here in 2 days. So thank you everybody for joining me tonight. I hope everybody had a good night reading, and I will see you next time.